Good morning, everyone, and welcome to members of the public. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Wednesday, March 6, 2024. We take note that a full complement of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Interim Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. Special thanks to our county's registrar recorder who are working hard through last evening and all in the coming weeks. And best wishes to all my colleagues who have performed great work over these past months and had a great night. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit our website. Our invocation today will be led by Reverend Janet Gollery McKeithen, minister of the church in Ocean Park in our 3rd district, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Jesse Ortega, former Staff Sergeant, United States Army in the 4th district. If you are able, please stand.
Good morning. I greet you from the church in Ocean Park in Santa Monica. We are a multi-religious congregation dedicated to social justice and building a more equitable society. We are the home of the Queer Prom, the Committee for Racial Justice, Climate Action Santa Monica, Kids with Disabilities programs, and many more. I'm honored to be here. Let's take a moment now to prepare for our meeting this morning in prayer or in centering. Creator God, your creation is holy and sacred. Each one of us in this room is sacred and worthy. Each one has an ability and experience unique to us. And everyone outside of this room is sacred and has abilities and experiences that nobody else has, including those in Palestine, Gaza, throughout the occupied territories, and in Israel. We are all deeply connected and family, and our souls are connected. I pray that the decisions made here today reflect the understanding that there are no walls between the hearts and bodies of those in this room and those outside of it. There is no them, there is only us. Let us embrace the selfless service that lifts the oppressed. Let us recognize that the very systems some of us benefit from are systems that oppress others. And especially during Women's History Month, let us acknowledge that patriarchy is one of those systems that we need to dismantle. As neighbors are pitted against neighbors, expand our hearts and extend our family to include those who live on the margins. Break our hearts open and embolden our actions. Give us the strength to make courageous decisions out of compassion and not out of fear. Surprise us with our boldness on behalf of those who live tenuous existences. May we do the hard work that is required to bring wholeness and hope to them and to our whole big, diverse, and fabulous family. I close with words from Alice Walker. We have to live differently or we will die in the same old ways. Therefore, I call on all grandmothers everywhere on the planet. Rise and take your place in the leadership of the world. Come out of the kitchen, out of the fields, out of the beauty parlors, out of the television. Step forward and assume the role for which you were created, to lead humanity to health, happiness, and sanity. I call on all the grandmothers of the earth and every person who possesses grandmother spirit of respect for life, protecting the young, to rise and lead. The life of our species depends upon it. And I call on all the men of the earth to gracefully and gratefully stand aside and let us do so. Calling All Grandmothers by Alice Walker.
Please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank Reverend Janet Gollery McKeithen, our minister of the church in Ocean Park in Santa Monica, for leading our invocation today. The church in Ocean Park is a diverse, interfaith church dedicated to social justice, celebrating diversity, and treating ourselves and others with respect. The church centers its work on building community, celebrating various faith traditions, and organizing for action. I love that this church focuses on racial justice, climate action, the LGBTQ+ community, immigration, and many other issues around inclusion. The church believes that as we experience many faith traditions, our own faith becomes stronger. Reverend McKeithen was ordained in the United Methodist Church nearly 40 years ago. She is the daughter of the late United Methodist minister Stanley Gollery and the wife of Floyd McKeithen, also a United Methodist minister. Janet is highly involved in the Santa Monica community and has held and still holds numerous community serving positions, including being a member of the Human Relations Council, Transportation Management Organization, president of the Santa Monica Interfaith Council, a steering committee member of the Committee for Racial Justice, an advisor for Climate Action Santa Monica, and a member of the Special Education District Advisory Committee of Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District for 10 years. The Reverend frequently says that she understands how different faith traditions can be important to one's life. And she herself says, "I am a Christian who resonates with Native American spirituality and a sprinkling of Buddhist teachings. Meditation helps me connect to the sacred when I take the time." We want to provide you a very heartfelt thanks to our Reverend for being here today and for all that you do to unite the Santa Monica community and our greater region. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want us to join me in thanking and welcoming Jesse Ortega for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Jesse proudly served in the United States Army from 2000 to 2020. He achieved the rank of Staff Sergeant and served as an indirect fire infantryman in the Charlie Company, 1st Battalion, 184th Infantry Regiment. And there's a long list of awards and medals. Thank you. And I'm going to read them because I think it's pretty amazing. He's the recipient of many decorations, including Overseas Ribbons, German Schützenschur, Marksmanship Badge, Army Achievement Medals, Army Good Conduct Medals, National Defense Service Medal, Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, Army Service Ribbon, Kosovo Campaign Medal with Bronze Service Star, Armed Forces Reserve Medal with M device and 10-year Bronze Hourglass NATO Medal, Army Reserve Component Achievement Medals, Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal, Army NCO Professional Development Ribbon, Humanitarian Service Medals, Army Reserve Component Overseas Training Ribbon, Meritorious Unit Commendation, Armed Forces Service Medal, California State Service Ribbon, California Gold Conduct Medal, and California National Guard Commendation Medal Ribbon. I think we should. Pretty amazing. He currently serves at the Los Angeles County Department of Military and Veterans Affairs as a Veteran Service Officer at the battleship USS Iowa in San Pedro, and he assists veterans and dependents with filing benefits. He volunteers as a poultry health inspector at the California Department of Food and Agriculture and a poultry judge for the California Association for the Preservation of Fowl. Thank you again, Mr. Ortega, for being here today. Thank you for your service. It's clear you really distinguished yourself in your service in the Army, but since then, you continue to give back. You continue to use your gifts and your talents in a way that I think benefits all of us. So thank you so much for being here this morning and leading us in the pledge. And as a token of our appreciation, we wanted to give you this certificate and as a remembrance of what you did today. Thank you so much. Yes, I'll see you down.
We will now have our pet presentation by Supervisor Barger.
So knowing that it's almost St. Patrick's Day, I'd like to introduce you to a little puppy that is a shepherd mix. This is Roxy, and Roxy is a 2-month-old shepherd mix available for adoption. She's currently staying at the Downey Animal Care Center and is hoping to find her forever home. If you'd like to adopt Roxy, you can call 562-940-6898, and you can also drop by the Downey shelter between the hours of 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and there are many more like Roxy waiting to be adopted. Roxy's going to be big. Very, very, very sweet. And now I'd like to direct your attention to the screen above to introduce you to a pet from Palmdale. As you all know, we've got a lot of pets up in Palmdale and Lancaster that are looking for forever homes. And this one is Linus, a 2-year-old border collie. Just like Peanut's character, he would love to snuggle up in a blanket at home with you. He's looking to find a new family who will give him care and treats that he deserves. If you are interested in adopting Linus, you can call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. Again, Linus, and then this is Roxy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So cute.
Oh, I know, it's so sweet.
With that, we'll move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today's agenda begins on page 2, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 8. On item 1, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Item 5 includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 6 and 7, Supervisor Horvath requests that these items be held. On page 7, Administrative Matters, items 9 through 27. On item 9, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to March 19th, 2024, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 12, Supervisor Barger would like to make an amendment to instruct the Director of Consumer and Business Affairs to report back to the board in writing every 6 months with a status update of the work undertaken as part of the Memorandum of Understanding with the City of Los Angeles including additional programs and services implemented and the source of financial resources utilized. On item 17, Supervisor Hahn is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Ann Bakar, who is a party, participant, or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On item 20, the Director of Public Works requests this item be continued 2 weeks to March 19th, 2024, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 21, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 25A, Supervisor Barger would like to revise her motion to instruct the Treasurer and Tax Collector and request the assessor to report back to the board. On item 25B, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On page 22, Special District Agendas. This is the agenda for Sanitation District number 27 and the Newhall Ranch Sanitation District. On page 23, this is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On page 24, this is the agenda for the Regional Park and Open Space District. On item 1P, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. Notices of closed session, items CS1 and CS2 are additions as indicated on the supplemental agenda. The requests for continuances through CS2 are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play our code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today we will begin with item 1P, followed by items 6 and 7, finishing with item 25B, followed by the remaining items not held by the board, as well as general public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain our speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors, and up to a total of 3 minutes on all remaining items and general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please Monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you wish to speak. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by calling in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
We'll now begin with item 1P, amend grant with the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority to revise the scope of work for the Elephant Hill project, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And before I begin, I want to congratulate my colleagues on their reelection. So to all the women on the board, congrats. Before we start, sorry, that was a little editorial. Madam Chair, today's motion on Elephant Hill is a very important item to so many residents in Northeast Los Angeles. Elephant Hill is a beloved 110-acre site that is one of the largest undeveloped open space areas remaining in Northeast LA. Approximately 2 decades ago, a resident-led campaign protected 20 acres threatened by development. Vigilant residents and friends of Elephant Hill emerged as Save Elephant Hill, and the Mountains River Conservancy Authority to protect the special open space resource got involved. They worked through time with local, county, and state elected officials, including mine, to preserve the local assets serving numerous neighborhoods. I personally contributed through my own discretionary Prop A funding a good amount back in 2018 to preserve as open space for the local community and future generations. Given that the land on the hill is owned by different entities, the City of Los Angeles, the Mountains River Conservancy Authority, and privately owned land, there are some challenges with land management and security. These challenges consist of illegal dumping, vandalism, off-road, and public drinking, which have been impacting the surrounding residents for quite some time. Although administrative in nature, this item is key to unleash mitigations and to activate this very important open space resource for the residents of El Sereno and Northeast Los Angeles area. By revising the scope of the previously allocated Prop A funding, it will facilitate the development of a trail on the existing Mountains River Conservancy Authority owned land, and that will help deter the negative activities as I outlined earlier. The Prop A resources administered by the county, along with recent state funding awarded to the Mountains River Conservancy Authority, will bring about, in my opinion, complementary efforts to restore this important open space resource for the enjoyment of all the community. With this, board colleagues, I would respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other of our colleagues have comments? Seeing none, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Alva Yanes, Red Chief Hunt, and Sarah Kevorkian please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 1P, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Carlos Moran. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carlos Moran. I am representing the Nonprofit Council for Watershed Health, and we are pleased to support the recommendation as submitted by Supervisor Solis to authorize the Director of Regional Park and Open Space District to amend a grant agreement with MRCA to revise the Elephant Hill project scope. We're in support of the scope of work being expanded to allow MRCA to perform improvements on the parcel it currently owns and manages, in addition to parcels that may be acquired. For over 25 years, the Council for Watershed Health has worked towards a Southern California that is a model of sustainable urban watershed management. And the motion by Supervisor Solis to amend the grant agreement aligns with our mission to advance the health and sustainability of our region's watershed, both in natural and in urban neighborhoods. So we encourage your support in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Joseph Farewell. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Joseph Farewell. I'm a resident of El Sereno and a land manager for a native plant restoration garden at Elephant Hill called Tespot, which has seen over 200 trees installed, numerous native chaparral species planted, and scores of volunteers. I'm also the conservation chair of the California Native Plant Society here in LA and a California Bar attorney. It's from this background that I urge you today to support Supervisor Solis' motion to amend the grant language to empower MRCA to begin work on its trail system at Elephant Hill. At our native plant project, which is at the base of the hill, we've seen an outpouring of community engagement, volunteer contributions from children and elderly folks wanting to experience nature. But because of the lack of official trails into the Elephant Hill area, that sadly is where their experience ends. This grant funding, made more usable by this motion, does more than just infrastructure. It makes it possible for El Sereno residents, young and old, of varying walking and hiking abilities, to access the nature quite literally at their doorstep. Furthermore, this grant funding and access that will come from it will leverage further opportunities.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and obviously Supervisor Solis is sticking up for the residents so that Elephant Hill can be accessed and amended by the MRCA. That's a familiar name. And this is only 110 acres. We have a similar property in Studio City where Horvath and Rahman have done nothing but go along with Paul Krikorian. And Mark Pastrella has not even engaged with us to talk about watershed. We're talking about the LA County Flood District has a piece of land that they're in the process of signing
This item
over
is
to
about
a
the
private
Elephant Hill project. If you can focus your comments on that project,
I know,
please.
I'm talking about protecting. I know you don't like it, Supervisor. I'm talking about protecting the residents like the great Hilda Solis is doing, and you should be doing, but you haven't been doing because you're trying to shut people out of comments on it. It's very upsetting. And Katie Yaroslavsky stood up for her residents when the Bulgari people and all the language that gets tossed out and praised about one another should be used for our leaders helping us, but they're not.
Thank you. Your time
because
has
they've got
expired.
very, very
May we have
rich.
the next speaker,
You're
please?
welcome. Thank you.
Our next participant is Brian Baldolf. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Brian Baldolf. I'm the Deputy Executive Officer at the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, MRCA, and I want to thank Supervisor Solis for her remarks and for her generous funding to this project in 2018. Our agency has been a really good partner to the community, specifically here in El Sereno and surrounding LA and LA region. And so this is a really important scope change that would allow this project to move forward efficiently, allowing the trail to be built on MRCA parcels that are already existent. The MRCA has a commitment to continue to acquire land here in Elephant Hill and in the surrounding Northeast LA hilltops. And we look forward to continuing to work with the county and with local communities. And so we just look forward to your support of this item so that will allow us to build this trail in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Micah Hassarain. You may begin.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Micah Hassarain. I am a resident of El Sereno and also represent the local nonprofit Coyote Juan Masawali, who works closely with Save Elephant Hill to help protect the open hillside in Northeast LA. And we support this amendment to the funding to allow for the construction of the trail at Elephant Hill. Currently, this site is home to a vast amount of wildlife and habitat that is being threatened by off-roading and just disregard for the land. And so it is important to allow the proper conservation of this hillside to continue as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Thank you. We'll go to speakers in person. Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Elva Yanez. I am a resident of El Sereno, a grandmother, and board president of Save Elephant Hill. We work to preserve and protect this 110 acres of undeveloped open space in El Sereno, a park-poor community. We urge the Board of Supervisors to support this motion, and I just want to thank Supervisor Solis for her years of support and the support of this board for our efforts to prevent problematic land uses in El Sereno and to ensure environmental and land justice for the community. This project goes back to 1984. The EIR was written in 1984, and we have been on this journey for decades, and we want your support to get that vote, to get that trail built, because that's going to be a turning point from which we will be able to move forward. I thank you for that. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Supervisors, my name is Sarah Kevorkian from the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, MRCA, and I'm the project manager for the trail at Elephant Hill Open Space, and I'd like to support this item. Elephant Hill is a special pocket of open space in El Sereno, and it has an active and resilient community who is working to help preserve and restore the hill, as well as advocating for safe hiking recreation. The MRCA currently manages about 8 acres of open space at Elephant Hill, and in 2018, Supervisor Solis generously designated Prop A funds for trail construction and additional acquisition to support the community's vision. This item would allow for trail development to occur on land MRCA already acquires and will allow us to activate the space much sooner by developing the safe trail for the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, the Red Chief Hunt. Congratulations to all the Red Chief Hunt Angels who won last night, but I do think that this project is a good project. Keep up the good work, Hilda Solis, and to the Red Chief Hunt Angels, good luck, and if it was easy, everybody be doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay, item 1P is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Han to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 1P is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Han?
Aye.
Supervisor Han, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
And now we will move on to item 6, celebrating March 2024 as Women's History Month, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for co-authoring this motion with me. It's very close to my heart, proclaiming March 2024 as Women's History Month in Los Angeles County. Today, we also proclaim International Women's Day on Friday, March 8th, and this is an opportunity to amplify the work of our Commission for Women, which will host its Women of the Year Awards on March 18th, and I will be attending, and I hope all my colleagues will too. As we see women's rights stripped, questioned, and rolled back across this country and globally, this Women's History Month is especially significant. This is a time to, quite frankly, fight like hell and stand up for what is right. We stand with girls, young women, trans women, and everyone who identifies as a woman. We stand together as the Supreme Court and others in positions of power shamelessly introduce policies that are anti-women and anti-human. We stand with women in Alabama undergoing IVF treatment whose futures are caught in the limbo of a culture war without limits. Here in LA County, we embrace women, we fight for women, and we stand with them in their darkest hours. We do this on behalf of every little girl who is watching and counting on us because we are history in the making. Supervisor Mitchell, I asked you to co-author this motion because it was you who made history when you were elected in 2020, creating this all-female board. And so as I join you, I celebrate each of my colleagues, and I shared the Los Angeles Magazine for our inclusion in their list of fierce females. It is an honor of a lifetime to lead with you all in this moment. Because we all could use a little levity and fun, we have a quick video to celebrate our all-women board for Women's History Month. So we'll go to the video. We are going to keep the Women's History Month theme going with next week's meeting, where we'll recognize women leaders in our communities. And now I will turn it to Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the video and that last glamour shot. We certainly appreciate you and your creative vision for taking us to the Disney concert hall. That backdrop is just made for a really stunning class picture, if you will, so thank you. I have to say, as I complete now my first term with the board, as we have together made history, we are breaking glass ceilings. Many of you have made full careers in breaking glass ceilings, and all 5 of us have broken a singular glass ceiling here at LA County together, and this has truly been an experience of a lifetime for me, so I thank you all for your service and serving alongside you. And this is an opportunity for us to acknowledge the critical role women and girls have played historically and will continue to play in every sector across our county, our state, and our nation. Can never a day goes by when I drive into downtown do I think that I don't think about women like Biddy Mason, who had the fortitude and vision and courage to buy land in downtown as an enslaved woman. She is a shining example to me every day of what is possible for all of us. And so that's the lens I bring to the work. It's the lens I bring to representing women and girls across the county. And the lens I know we all bring to our work every day. I look forward to participating with the Commission's luncheon. Very proud to share with you all that I will honor this year my constituent, Dr. Elaine Batchelor, CEO of Martin Luther King Community Hospital, who leads a 5-star rated hospital serving LA County residents in the 2nd District. And again, look forward to hearing about all the women that you all will acknowledge, and just to share space with the women commissioners and all those who will come to acknowledge and celebrate Women's History Month. Proud to be here with all of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this great video. Thank you. And again, this is, we've been here together for a few years, but it still is historic. We certainly made history by being the first all-female Board of Supervisors that the county has ever had. I'm pleased to have my daughter with me today. She flew in from Colorado. Katie is here. And we were walking through the hallway from the elevator to the hearing room, and I was saying, look at all these photos, and of course it's her grandfather, that she sees in a lot of those pictures. And then I showed, this is where we started with the women. And it's such a stark reminder when you look at the board photos over the years. That's why these board photos are so important. But I think what's also important is that if you can see something that looks like you, you're more likely to feel confident that you can go into that line of work, which is why it's so important that our county council is a woman, our CEO is a woman, and every woman that joins our LA County Fire Department, every woman that joins our LA County Sheriff's Department is a message to girls growing up that is a profession that they can go in. In my family, it was just assumed that my brother would go into politics, and he did. But I think I surprised everybody when I also said this was a passion of mine, because there were very few, for all of us, I think there were very few women role models in public service. So what we're doing here is a shining example that it's possible, it's doable, and it makes sense. And you know, the Women's Commission luncheon every year, I think my biggest challenge is landing on one woman to honor. There are so many amazing women in LA County who have made history in one way or another in a particular walk of life that it's difficult to land on one. I did land on one, and I think you'll be very impressed with her as I was. But thank you for doing this. It's important that this is a constant message that women and girls can do it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Daniel Garcia and Red Chief Hunt please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 6, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Preprin. You may begin.
That you are all women, which is very powerful. Just the fact that if you brought that up 10 years ago, nobody would have believed it. Jimmy Carter said that from the first settlers who came to our shores, from the first American Indian, he meant indigenous people, families, who befriended them. Men and women have worked together to build this nation. Too often the women were unsung, and sometimes their contributions went unnoticed. But the achievements, leadership, courage, strength, and love of the women who built America was as vital as that of the men, not men, well, yes, the men. Well, men are everywhere. Let's just agree that we made some mistakes over the years at the county. The Amador case is embarrassing, $53 million for early searches in the Sheriff's Department. We've botched many, many things, but we love the women, and we did cancel together, thank you, Supervisor Solis and Barger, the Miraloma facility, which would have been the worst idea in history of the county.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Great, we'll go to speakers in the room. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Daniel Garcia, and I want to celebrate with you the Women's History Month. Congratulations for yourself, and everything that you guys, as a woman, as a mother, as a sister, as a everything that pertains to being womanhood. But I cannot help notice that in your presentation, there's missing one component of your woman, and this is women with disability. Your presentation missed the opportunity to present women with disability in your presentation. So please allow me to say that you failed to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Very good. Hello, it's the Red Chief Hunt again. I have to proclaim this, the Red Chief Hunt Angels Month for all the women, because without you guys, there's no me. So I really appreciate that. You guys are very beautiful, and thank you guys for doing a good job. It's really hard, for all 5 of you guys to really come together and get everything together. But you guys have done a great job, and keep up the good work. The Red Chief Hunt, they're proclaiming this the Red Chief Hunt Angels Month. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Item 6 is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 6 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Vargas?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 7, support for House Resolution 7038 Garcia, Guaranteed Income for Foster Youth Act, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Christina Mesa, Executive Director of the Poverty Alleviation Policy Implementation and Alignment Branch, Chief Executive Office, is available for questions. And I will begin. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for joining me in this important motion to support Congressman Robert Garcia's federal legislation to provide guaranteed income for our youth exiting foster care. In LA County, we have seen how guaranteed income pilots can transform those who receive them. Along with our colleague Supervisor Mitchell, I'm proud to be a county official for guaranteed income, and I know from my time as mayor that guaranteed income can work at every level of local government, and I'm thrilled to be at the forefront of the expansion of these programs. I'm thrilled to see another former mayor, Congressman Robert Garcia, champion the federal government stepping up in this movement. His legislation, Guaranteed Income for Foster Youth Act, would put federal dollars behind guaranteed income for foster youth, authorizing state programs to provide guaranteed income of $1,000 a month for 5 years to youth exiting foster care. We see the cost of living continuing to rise throughout Los Angeles, and this money would help those who are struggling to meet their basic needs, close the gap. These young people are in our care, and we have an opportunity to support another tool that could prevent them from falling into homelessness. I ask for your support to bring federal resources to support our young people transitioning from foster care, and I'll turn it to Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Horvath, for elevating the importance of this motion today and for asking me to be your co-author. Our friend, Congressmember Robert Garcia, as you said, has introduced a bill in Washington to establish a universal basic income for young people aging out of our foster care system. Under his proposal, young people would get $1,000 every month for 5 years. You know, we've been working as a county to get more help to our transition age youth. Times have changed. Our economy has changed. There are very few 18 to 21-year-olds who can move out, get a job, get an apartment, pay first, pay last, pay security, and then in 30 days pay another monthly rent, and still have enough money to survive on without help from family members or a support system. Establishing a universal basic income program at the federal level so that young people leaving foster care can get the help they need that so many other young people get from their families, that would be such a game changer. And as a county, we've been moving in this direction with the Breathe pilot program at DPSS Tay Opportunity, Guaranteed Income Program. But if this can be a federal mandate with additional supports, then this would help us scale up these existing programs and help all of our young people who exit care. As the largest child welfare jurisdiction in the nation, the impact of this legislation will truly help to improve the lives of these former foster youth, making sure that they have stable and guaranteed income, that they're safe, that they're fed, and that they have the necessary means to transition into adulthood. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and I also want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Hahn for introducing this motion. One of my top priorities has been and will continue to be supporting and advocating for our foster youth. Los Angeles County, as you just heard, is home to the largest number of foster youth in California. Many of our transitional age youth exiting foster care face challenges related to homelessness, poverty, substance use disorder, and incarceration. As county leaders, it is our duty to ensure foster youth can access resources and services that they need to thrive. It's no fault of theirs that they're in our system. Last month, I attended the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference in Washington, D.C., where I was proud to introduce a policy resolution that calls on the Social Security Administration to streamline the process of obtaining Social Security cards for foster youth, something you would think would be simple, but it has been bogged down in bureaucracy because each Social Security office handles it a different way. This is just one of the many barriers foster youth across the nation face that we must address. I'd also like to thank my colleague, Supervisor Holly Mitchell, for championing the county's guaranteed income program at NACO with their large urban county caucus members, which has drawn national attention to LA County's breath program. It was well received, and you really have been a leader and a voice for all the national leaders on this issue. HR 7038, the Guaranteed Income for Foster Youth Act, aims to address the profound economic barriers that foster youth transitioning out of care face at a federal level. This legislation is consistent with Breathe LA County pilot program, which was recently expanded to provide 200 former DCFS foster youth with $1,000 per month for 2 years. I've always said this is not a handout, but a hand up that our foster youth deserve. I am proud to support this motion. I thank Congressman Garcia for bringing it forward, and I truly do believe that doing this is going to help us address, especially for those that are transitioning out of our system and ending up homelessness. This will give them an opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to congratulate you and Supervisor Hahn for bringing this motion forward. We all know that it has not gotten easier for our transitional age youth, and $1,000 a month to support them for 5 years is just the beginning. We need to do a lot more. We know that many of these youth end up on the streets because after 21 they age out, and there really isn't always adequate housing provided for them. And unfortunately, as we all know in the latest homeless count, the number of youth and young adults experiencing homelessness continues to rise. This year, there were 6,230 homeless youth ages 0 through 17. And of those, more than half, 3,718, were TAY, transitional age youth. So we do need to do more. They experience more trauma, abuse, and exploitation, trafficking for some, unfortunately, but again, they're survivors. And we are making an effort here on the board, I think, to do as much as we can to help secure housing for them, because that's also a big effort that I believe we also need to remedy. In my district, with the support of one of our cities, the city of El Monte, we transformed motels into interim housing with wraparound services, particularly for transitional age youth. And we're looking at a transformational project known as previously McLaren Hall, where youth were there, and I don't have to go into the history there. But we're going to be building housing, affordable housing, but also housing for transitional age youth. And I want to commend the Department of Children and Family Services, Brandon Nichols, who's here, for all his work to continue to advocate for these young people. This is a great motion, and I will support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my two colleagues for bringing the motion forward. I'm really excited that Congress will have the opportunity to consider in a meaningful way the life-changing possibilities through guaranteed income program. And it's really important that the federal government pay attention, because I am hoping through this legislation that the transition age youth won't be prevented from benefiting from other entitlement programs because they're counting this income. So I hope that they will still be able to qualify for housing subsidy and subsidized child care and SNAP. And so it's going to require that the federal government, not count this income for this 5 years. So it really is a true aid, as opposed to creating the cliff that they fall off or they lose these other entitlement programs. So I'm hoping that's included in the bill. Celinda Lake's team just released amazing poll results about the bipartisan support of guaranteed income programs across the country. And so I think that's going to help expand and grow the number of mayors for guaranteed income and counties for guaranteed income that I'm proud to co-chair with President Preckwinkle from Cook County. We here will be working collaboratively, and we're going to invite the congressman and the entire California delegation to a convening this summer to talk about guaranteed income and where it can go next here in LA County, given the fact that we are running pilots, as are many of the cities in LA County. So I'm excited, want the federal government to get it right and make sure that they don't, that they truly, that they allow this to be the true benefit that was envisioned by the Poor People's Campaign almost 60 years ago, and that we don't use it as an excuse to cut people off from other entitlement programs. So thank you very much to both of you for bringing today's motion forward. I'll be happy to support.
Absolutely. Great points. Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Red Chief Hunt please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 7, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Genevieve Clabrel. You may begin.
Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors. I think that's a great idea. I think very important to help the foster youth because they have a very tough time to really transition. So that's a fantastic idea. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Go live to the Red
Madam
Chief.
Chair, there are no other remote speakers.
Okay, then we'll go in person. Go right ahead.
Yes, Red Chief Hunt. I think that this is a great, magnificent idea. Anything to help the kids stay out of trouble when they get out of foster care is magnificent and things like that. But even more so, like Supervisor Mitchell said, let's not include it in their everyday programs where they take the subsidy out their check to live. Let's give this to them for education purposes and things like that, so they have a fair chance, because it's hard to be a foster kid. And, you know, when you first come out the system and things like that, they need a fair chance and things like that. Maybe it'll help, the $1,000 help them go to school, and I hope Congress passed it. I think this is a good initiative. 2 thumbs up on this one. Let's pass this and let's get it over with. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Officer, item 7 is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Hahn, to approve the item. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 7 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 25B, proclaiming the 33rd Annual Latina History Day and recognize Hispanas Organized for Political Equality, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And in the spirit of recognizing Women's History Month, I couldn't be prouder to be one of the only serving Latina on an all-female County Board of Supervisors. But hopefully one day that will change. There will be more, and maybe there'll be a more expansive board that will represent many more voices. I'm proud to lead today's motion proclaiming March the 8th, 2024 as the 33rd Annual Latina History Day and recognizing an outstanding organization, Hispanas Organized for Political Equality, for equality, known as HOPE. They're dedicated to servicing the Latinas in the greater County of Los Angeles. Since the organization's founding 35 years ago, HOPE has served as a beacon of prosperity for Latinas across the state of California, empowering them and opening paths to journeys many would not have dreamed of, including myself. HOPE's innovative programming has served more than 65,000 Latinas, from high school students, college students, recent grads, and professionals, just to name a few. The HOPE Youth Leadership Program has served 558 low-income first-generation students achieve their academic goals and financial self-sufficiency. The HOPE College Leadership Program has created a network of 458 first-generation Latina college students. The HOPE Leadership Institute has trained 71 Latinas in vital leadership and advocacy skills. And the Latina Action Day, which I co-founded some 30 years ago as a state senator, convenes over 400 Latinas from across the state of California to engage in legislative sessions and amplify dialogues on critical issues such as access to health care, higher education, and the California state budget. These programs and initiatives that I believe in and will continue to advocate for, because it means investing directly into Latinas to help them build generational wealth. As a member of HOPE's Board of Directors for over a decade, together we led efforts for Latinas to have a platform to tell their story, or better yet, her story. This year marks the 33rd Annual Latina History Day event, which brings together Latinas to take part in forums, workshops on career advancement, current community issues, and financial empowerment. Latina History Day was first created to recognize and celebrate the many contributions and achievements of Latinas during Women's History Month. To this day, we continue to embrace the rich, diverse history of Latinas because investing in Latinas is an investment in our society. Like so many Latinas, I spent my career being in rooms and sitting at tables filled with men. And when there were very few at the table, you knew that our voice counted. So it is very important to help provide empowerment, representation, and continue to support all women, but particularly Latinas who continue to be underrepresented. I was incredibly proud to assume each of my roles in the local, state, and federal level, and I know that there are many, many more Latinas who are sure to follow and will someday also be seated here at my place on this board. By supporting HOPE and encouraging Latina History Day, we help to increase Latina power. I thank you, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for authoring this motion and lifting up Latina History Day. I, for one, am so proud to serve alongside you, who has someone who has made Latina history over and over and over again in your career. This motion recognizes Hispanas Organized for Political Equity, HOPE, which is such an amazing organization. They held a Latina Empowerment Day last year in my district at Cal State Long Beach and invited me to make some remarks. And it really was an incredible event and aimed at empowering local Latinas to not only grab hold of their political power, but their economic power. And I think when you look at those like yourself who have made Latina history, it's because you didn't wait your turn like probably a lot of people told you to. And to create more Latina history, they need to seize the moment, seize the opportunity, empower themselves to grab economic empowerment and political power as well. The message at the HOPE event was, you don't have to wait for someone to give you power, you can take it for yourself. And so this Latina History Day, I applaud all of the Latinas who have not waited their term, but have stepped up to lead all of our communities across Los Angeles County and make this a better place for those coming after them. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for today's proclamation and for really allowing us all to acknowledge the role HOPE and you and others have played in expanding the voice and the presence of Latinas in both the political sector, business sector, across the board. I'm proud to have been sponsoring staff to go through the HOPE leadership training since my days in the Assembly, and recognizing what I think Supervisor Hahn said earlier, when you see women who look like you, it gives you the opportunity to understand that you have a role to play too, and a seat can be yours. When I think about 2014, there were 3 Latinas serving in the California legislature. Today, there are 21. And that is in large part to HOPE and the role you have played in exposing and training, and in large part to many of the firsts, like Supervisor Solis, like Supervisor Molina. All those who, when you talk about walking the hallway and seeing those photos when Supervisor Molina was standing there alone as the only woman, as the only person of color in those early groupings, we can only imagine what that was like for her. So when you grow from 3 to 21 in under 10 years, that's significant, and that's what training and support and leadership development can do. So thank you for the proclamation, and once again, congratulations to HOPE. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. I too thank you for bringing this motion forward. It's important for us to recognize this, and I know that I'm going to be honoring someone who is a dear friend, Arlene Majares, who is, from what I'm told, one of California's oldest Latina-owned businesses in the county. And it's been in existence, Majares, for 100 years, and it was started by her grandmother. And she truly is an inspiration, and I know I wholeheartedly agree with what you say, Supervisor Mitchell. I think it is important for us to lead by example. And Supervisor Solis, you know, I remember when Supervisor Molina started on this board, and it was not easy. And I witnessed it firsthand, up close and personal. So I truly do believe we have an opportunity to celebrate the diversity. I think it's important for us to lead by example, which I think we do each and every day. So I will be supporting this motion, and I'm excited to celebrate all the women that we're going to celebrate for Women's History Month. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I too want to thank Supervisor Solis for bringing this motion forward. As the county supervisor representing the majority of the San Fernando Valley, I'm so proud to serve alongside so many powerhouse Latinas who make history every day. And especially with yesterday's election, it looks like we'll be serving with even more passionate, dedicated Latinas, almost exclusively all women representing this area. Future Congresswoman Rivas, we hope, State Senator Menjivar, future Assembly Member Rodriguez, we hope, Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Padilla. In the city of San Fernando, we have council members Mary Mendoza and Mary Solorio. And so it's really, really exciting to have so many women leading this region and following in the example of our great supervisors here, Solis and Supervisor Molina. And they're wonderful examples, and I'm so glad that Hope has been and continues to lift up Latinas. Their 35 years of service have certainly made history in so many ways. Hope shows us what we can achieve when we all work together for the collective good. And I want to thank you for more than a decade on the board of directors of Hope and for co-founding the first ever Latinas Action Day in Sacramento in 1995. During this Women's History Month, I'm proud to proclaim March 8th as Latina History Day here with my colleagues in LA County to emphasize the huge role that Latinas have played and certainly continue to play in shaping an inclusive and thriving Los Angeles County. Thank you very much. And now, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Helen Torres, Diana Amaya, Leah Gonzalez, Natalie Esquivias, and Red Chief Hunt, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 25B, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Madam Chair, we have no remote speakers.
Okay, we'll go here in person. Go right ahead.
Good morning, supervisors. What an incredible day. First, to be acknowledged, the organization HOPE, Hispanas Organized Political Equality, who I am very proud to be serving for 23 years as its executive director. I also want to acknowledge the historical moments that we live every day with all 5 of you, women representing LA County, and how proud that makes us all. I specifically want to thank our dear Supervisor Hilda Solis, who has always been shoulder to shoulder with all the Hope women and ensuring that Latinas from high school on make it into their dreams and fulfill their dreams. And specifically, as we celebrate March 8th as Latina History Day, and it's been acknowledged, there is also Latina Action Day in Sacramento. I just want to remind everyone, we started Latina Action Day because Hilda Solis was the first state senator as a Latina state senator, and we came together to celebrate her. Now we're entering the 30th Latina Action Day. Collectively, Hope has served over 60,000 women and have placed over close to 2,000 women on boards on commissions across the state. So thank you for your support, for your acknowledgement. We keep on serving through our high school, our college, and our Hope Leadership Institute, who you've named a couple, Supervisor Horvath, that have been succeeding in the last election. But all this to say is that we do it together. Each one of you have contributed your time, staff, and I also want to say thank you, each of you, for your investment in Hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your strong example and your many years of service. Next speaker, please. there are no other speakers, then item 25B is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 25B is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
It is my understanding that there are no specials for our agenda today, so we will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all remaining items not held by supervisors, as well as general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address, including general public comment, in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and then call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on the remaining items, as well as general public comment.
Members of the public, you will have up to 3 minutes to address the board on all remaining items and general public comment. You will have 1 minute for one item, 2 minutes for 2 or more items, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. You may only address the board on those items. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will Chris Carlin, Michael Pitkin, Diane Zimmerman, Carlos Benavides, Daniel Garcia, Manuela Lopez, Patricia Ramales, Luis Altamirano, Anton Farmby, Red Chief Hunt, Linda Hobbs, and Jack Cunningham please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address general public comment on all items remaining, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Kathy. Kathy, you may begin.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Victims Unite LA is a coalition of agencies and individuals dedicated to empowering crime victims and their families who've been impacted by crimes. We ask that you not forget about crime victims. We ask that your strategic plan includes supporting crime victims. Addressing exposure to crime and violence as a public health issue may help prevent and reduce harms to individual and community health and well-being. Supporting victims falls within 2 of your North Stars, including make investments that transform lives and foster vibrant and resilient communities. Providing financial support for and helping crime victims also comes within the anti-racist county policy agenda because the majority of crime victims come from minority and disadvantaged communities. People who are victims of violent crime have long-lasting effects. In addition to the potential for death, disability, and other injuries, people who survive violent crime endure physical pain, suffering, and may experience mental distress and a reduced quality of life. Victims need help and
Thank
financial
you. Your time is
resources to allow them
expired.
to heal.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mark Cheng. You may begin.
Mark, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm the CIO for LA County DMH, and I think there was some at stake. I was on in the event that there were any questions with item number 18, so I defer.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Irida Gladia. You may begin.
Erida? Let's go on to the next speaker, Genevieve.
Our next participant is Genevieve Cleverell. You may begin.
Yes, I want to speak to public comment. I just first of all want to compliment Supervisor Barger on being re-elected. That's great. Really great thing. And I just hope that more things will be accomplished in the year coming, having to do especially with the elderly, and I would like to see more program for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Okay, we'll go to speakers in person. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Carlos Benavides. I'm with the Los Angeles County Commission on Disabilities, and I just wanted to congratulate all the winners yesterday. And it's so good to see you guys all together because I've worked with you over the years, and you guys have accomplished quite a bit. And I'd like to thank Supervisor Mitchell for her item number 5 for involving and including the Commission on Disabilities to collaborate with the Department of Aging and Disabilities. So hopefully from here on in, we'll be working together and we'll do as much as we can to get what you need done. And any supervisors, the Commission on Disabilities is there to reach out and assist all of you. And once again, congratulations and thanks for all you do.
Thank you. I agree. It's nice to keep the band together. Go ahead, next speaker.
Buenos días, señora presidenta y supervisoras. Mi nombre es Luis Altamirano y muchas gracias por la oportunidad que me dan de hablar ante ustedes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Luis Altamirano, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here before you today.
Tengo más de 3 años como trabajador de limpieza en el condado de Los Ángeles.
I have been working for more than 3 years as a cleaning worker in the County of Los Angeles.
Mi trabajo es limpiar el edificio de child support ubicado en la ciudad de Torrance.
And my job is to clean the child support office, which is located in the city of Torrance.
Hago mi trabajo con mucha responsabilidad y en este momento estoy muy preocupado ya que va a entrar un nuevo contratista.
I do my work with the utmost responsibility, and I'm very concerned right now because a new contractor is about to enter.
Y eso significa que voy a perder mi unión. Y en estos momentos tan difíciles económicamente,
That means that I'm going to lose my union, and during these times which are so difficult economically,
los trabajadores necesitamos protección laboral. La mejor manera de proteger nuestros empleos es conocer nuestros derechos y defenderlos.
As workers, we need to have our labor rights protected, and the best way to do that is to be able to have our rights heard and to be able to protect them.
Y por eso estoy en contra del punto 13. Hemos luchado mucho por nuestra unión y no nos vamos a dejar perderla tan fácilmente.
Because of that, I am against point number 13. We have fought very hard for our union, and I'm not going to give that up so easily.
Les vamos a pedir a ustedes que nos acompañen en el proceso de sindicalizarse nuevamente.
We ask you to please accompany us in the process of unionizing once again.
Ya que queremos nuestra unión y vamos a luchar por ella. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Because we want our union and we're going to fight for it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Go ahead.
Buenos días, señora presidenta.
Can you speak right into that microphone so we can hear you?
Okay. Buenos días, señora presidenta y supervisora. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad que me dan de hablar ante ustedes. Mi nombre es Patricia Ramales.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here speaking before you. My name is Patricia Ramales.
Tengo 30 años de trabajando en la limpieza del condado de Los Ángeles. Mi trabajo es limpiar la corte de Canton Court en la ciudad de Canton.
I've been working in the city of Los Angeles, or in the county rather, for 30 years as a cleaning worker, and my job is to clean the Compton Court, which is located in the city of Compton.
Estoy molesta porque tengo 30 años de señoría y como me entero hoy que vienen nuevos contratistas, no es justo de un día para otro que nos quiten nuestros derechos como las vacaciones, nuestras señorías.
I am upset because I have 30 years of seniority, and then I just find out today that I'm going to lose all of those years because a new contractor is coming in. That's not just from one day to the next having to lose all of my vacation benefits and holidays.
Como trabajadora tenemos los mismos derechos y prestaciones como los trabajadores del condado de Los Ángeles.
As workers, we have the same rights to benefits as the workers that work directly for the County of Los Angeles.
Ahora estoy muy preocupada porque tal vez podemos perder nuestras prestaciones, nuestras vacaciones y nuestros salarios como es. Por eso pido que la Unión nos ayude y nos proteja a seguir con nuestros derechos.
I am very worried because we are at risk of losing our benefits, such as vacation time. Also, we're at risk of losing our benefits as union workers, and so I ask that the union would help us to be able to remedy this.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenos días a todos los presentes. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Mi nombre es Manuela López. Tengo más de 10 años con la compañía como trabajador de limpieza.
Good morning to everyone who is here present. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Manuela Lopez, and I have been with the cleaning company for over 10 years.
Estoy aquí para proteger mis derechos como trabajador.
I'm here to protect my rights as a worker.
Es muy importante para mí proteger mi señoría en el trabajo.
It's very important for me to be able to protect my seniority in my job.
No quiero perder mi unión. Mi unión me ha dado protecciones y beneficios que no hubiera tenido por mi unión.
I don't want to lose my union. My union has given me protections and benefits that I wouldn't be able to have if it wasn't for my union.
Por ejemplo, en cosas de médicos.
For example, with regards to medical matters.
Por eso estoy en contra del punto 13, porque hemos luchado mucho y esperado para que nos dieran nuestra unión, y ahora no la queremos perder.
So that's why
gracias.
I'm against item 13. We have fought so hard to be able to gain our union, and I don't want to lose that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, members of the board, first I just want to congratulate the winners of the results from last night. We're very proud of that and looking forward to continuing to work with you. My name is Anton Farnby. I am the Vice President of SEIU USWW. You just heard from 3 of our members regarding the opposition to item 13. And our members service, protect LA County facilities here, over 2,000 members in LA that work in LA County facilities. We're concerned about the ISD requesting approval of the award of the janitorial contracts for regions 1 through 14. The janitors currently providing cleaning services to these buildings covered by this region are our members. They're members of SEIU USWW. 7 out of the 14 regions are being awarded to 9 union contractors. We're encouraging a continuation of the county to proactively work with USWW to ensure a uniform policy on Prop 8 contracts. The policy is to protect workers to keep their union.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
This way.
Hello, I'm Diane Zimmerman, New California State. Our elections are considered to be critical infrastructure, but this county does not follow the laws regarding critical infrastructure. Because the Dominion machine circuit boards and other parts are made only in China, they are not to be used in any action that is determined to be critical infrastructure. That means that no portion of our elections are to be conducted using any component from a foreign adversary. That also means that no part of our election system should be online. Yet it appears that from registration to the tallying of our votes, it is either online or open to Wi-Fi access. This board needs to contact its sheriff about this very important fact. How familiar is this board with the election system you are forcing us to use? These elections violate our God-given natural and constitutional rights. Men, I am so sorry. You sure got a bad rap in that prayer today. Please stand your ground. Thank God we have men, because without men, we would not have women, which would mean.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. I am here on behalf of Congressman Robert Garcia. My name is Jack Cunningham. I'm his District Director in Long Beach. I'm here to thank you for your support on item number 7. Congressman Garcia introduced H.R. 7038 to provide greater support to a particularly threatened part of our population, foster youth. The Guaranteed Income for Foster Youth Act would create a new federal program to provide $1,000 a month to young adults exiting foster care systems for the first 5 years. More than 1/5 of foster youth experience homelessness within a year of emancipation, showing how necessary this program would be. H.R. 7038 builds on pilot programs already underway, like those in LA County and the City of Long Beach. This program seeks to help pull vulnerable foster youth out of poverty and uplift foster youth during a critical point in their lives. Guaranteed income programs can have transformative impacts, and we look forward to this program impacting youth nationwide. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Next speaker, please.
Michael Joseph Pitkin. I talked of the rumors on my mother's side, now on my father's side. I traced my family tree 1,500 years all through Europe's and America's histories. There was a Pitkin in George Washington's cabinet. There is Pitkin, Mississippi, Pitkin County, Colorado, including Vail and Aspen, Pitkin Avenue in New York. My brother kept Long Beach from sinkholes as an engineer at Thumbs, a conglomerate of Texaco, Humble, Union, Mobile, and Shell. I am a descendant of Marie Antoinette. Is this a tale of two cities? My grandmother is a Kaiser. Again, BIPOC community gossip is, I am a paperclip Nazi, which now daily I am being gang-stalked, harassed, hacked, abused, violated for being white privileged. Fruit of the poisonous tree.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The Red Chief Hunt. I'm kind of concerned about 3 months ago. We had a lot of accidents out in Malibu, and we weren't getting the proper service out there. Madam Chair, I do believe that this is your area. CP3, the captain of Malibu, needs assistance from the county. She needs to have at least a $25 million grant to uphold that station and get highway patrol people out there. And my other concern is about the homeless people between the city and the county. We're upwards to $120,000, and we upward between 120,000 people. And last month we only housed 58 people, which is a sad deterioration and things like that. We have to get on it. We have to hold all spas accountable for doing their share. We have to get on it. 2004, we filed an injunction. 20 years later, we have twice the amount of people. I think a few of you guys were with me at that thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I need more than a minute to speak, please. I'm Donald Harlan. I noticed there's a big problem here in the county with real estate, illegal real estate developments and flood control in riverbeds and spreading grounds, that there's a big problem with you guys for that. I don't want you guys doing studies about that stuff. I don't want you planning more developments. Just clean it out. You don't belong there. No money. Agenda item number 2, no. Agenda item number 7, no foster youth money programs. Agenda item number 11, the CEO's plan for the County of Los Angeles, definitely no. That's all gotta be out. Agenda item number 12, no expansion of immigration services. Agenda item number 13, you gotta check for banned entities, not just foreign banned entities. Agenda item number 14, no to the food and nutrition program for the elderly. They've already got enough. Agenda item number 15, emergency shelter funding, no. They're using it to build more shelters. Agenda item number 16, check for banned entities again. Agenda item number 17, no. You guys are asking for money every week for Martin Luther King Hospital. Number 17, no. Don't give them any more money, it's enough. Agenda item number 18, this is robbery. This is a public guardian asset management program. You remember what they did to those kids at Hathaway? Definitely no, you guys shouldn't be doing that. Agenda item number 20, that belongs at Metro. Whittier's cool for buses, it just belongs at Metro. Agenda item number 21. CEQA is not a real agency. They gotta be investigated using banned entities. Agenda item 25C, Marina Del Rey. There should be nobody from Delaware leasing property or selling property over here, especially Marina Del Rey. Nobody from Delaware should be doing that. Number 25A, don't give any money to Chiquita landfill victims. They're not.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Daniel Garcia, and I'm here for item 5 and public comment. Item 5, if people with disability, thank you for being awareness disability. But the problem I'm having here is that none of you staffers are depending from people with disability, and there should be staffers actually being involved. And the only thing is stop from being people for people with disability to actually become a staff working for the county is the test. You have to have a test to pass it along. This test discriminate people with disability. So please, allow yourself if you want to celebrate my CP awareness month. Please hire more people with disability involved. I also want to give my book to Holly Mitchell today, and in there it says, please help me, please help us keep fighting for us, Holly Mitchell. And also I want to say, please allow affordable and affordable housing in the component. In every component, that housing, affordable housing. Thank you very much. Here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Linda Hobbs. I'm here about Link Housing. I have a letter to give you. I was attacked by a tenant. I was calling about Link Housing. I have a letter to give you. I was attacked by a tenant. No action was taken. Tenant smoking in the building. I was hospitalized twice. No action was taken. Now they're trying to evict me because I keep writing complaints, and there are 300 ants in my refrigerator. And everything I've said to you, I have it all in writing for the board to look at. And I honor the 5 women on the board. I dreamed of this. I brag about this to everybody. So I have documentation for everything I've said.
Thank you. You can share the documentation with our staff.
Yes.
And we do have a constituent assistance team in the corner. Our representative is standing up there, and he would be happy to talk about the issues with you and provide assistance. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. I extend my gratitude to Supervisor Mitchell for introducing the motion on cerebral palsy. I'm Rena De Assis, and I support this motion. I'm the founder of Inclusive Soul, a cerebral palsy hub, aiding parents like me in caring for children with disabilities, like my 3-year-old Elijah Soul. We're filling critical gaps in resources and community support in Los Angeles. I represent thousands of families affected by cerebral palsy, the most common childhood motor disability. It's crucial to note that California Children's Services Medical Therapy Unit cannot distribute resources to families. It's a pivotal time to provide more resources and support for our children to thrive. Thank you for championing health equity and advancing this motion.
Thank you very much for being here and for your leadership.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Okay. I believe we have potentially a change to our agenda before we indicate the items. Are there any changes? Supervisor Solis?
I would like to
pull item 13 on the consent agenda and instruct that ISD, CEO, and the contractors meet and talk about if there are possible remedies that were outlined today by some of the speakers, and to come back to us before our next meeting, which is March the 19th.
Okay, yeah, I believe there are a majority of contracts that would expire if we don't
Right.
come to a resolution by that date. So as long as we have a date certain, County Council, are you okay with that direction? Okay, so we will be referring back this item with that
Come back
direction.
to us and report
I just
before the
wanted to
next
get
meeting.
clarification. What date do they expire? Just
I think
At the end of the month.
at the end of the month. Perfect.
The end of the month is what ISD said.
Right? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we need a?
And you'll definitely, we definitely need to come back on the 19th. Is that right, Madam County Council? Okay, so
Do we need to vote
we'll
on this?
continue it to that date.
Okay.
So with that direction, Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we will be voting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following items are before you. Items 1 through 5, item 8, items 10 and 11, 12 as amended, 13 through, 14 through 16, was that item 13? Yes. 17 with Supervisor Hahn recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308. Item 18 and 19, items 21 through 24, item 25A as revised, item 25C, item SD1, and item 1D, and then we'll vote on the continuance after this.
Okay, so we'll be moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0. And the item 13, continuance to the next meeting, which is on March 19th, is before you, and that is to continue the item based on Supervisor Solis's request for ISD CEO and the contractors to meet and talk about possible remedies. So that the continuance is before you, Madam Chair.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
At this time, it would be appropriate to hear adjournments. Supervisor Hahn will begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Annette Sikatik. I was so saddened to hear of Annette's passing. She was one of our town's finest. Annette's deep love for San Pedro and service to her community is a model for us all. Through her art, her teaching, her storytelling, her educational programs, her leadership and mentorship, she embodied what it means to show up for your community and empower those around you. I worked with her back when I was a city council member in Los Angeles, and Annette was teaching ESL, sewing, parenting classes at the Cheryl Green Center in Harbor Gateway. I remember she was so committed to her students, especially the young moms. She started the Findings Art Center on 6th Street, where she sold handmade gifts created by local women who were working to change their lives. She was a mentor to so many and constantly did what she could to make a difference in the harbor area. Annette was also a woman of deep faith. She was an active member of Mary Star Catholic Church, Mary Star of the Sea Catholic Church, and she devoted many years of volunteer work to the Immaculate Heart community. She lives on in the memories of the many people she touched. May she rest in peace, but she will leave a huge vacancy in our community of San Pedro. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Marcia June Durbin, a resident of Artesia and a volunteer with the Bellflower Symphony, who went home to heaven earlier this year at the age of 78. Marcia was born in Inglewood on October 11th, 1945, and her father was a pastor, and her mother was a musician and opera singer. When Marcia was 4, her mother taught her to play the piano and read music. She later picked up the violin and continued playing it throughout her life. Marcia attended the University of Redlands and Cal State Long Beach and later worked as a computer programmer. She married her husband Harold on February 14th, 1965. The two of them had 5 children and lived in the city of Artesia for nearly 50 years. Over the years, Marcia played her violin in many orchestras, including Crystal Cathedral, Bellflower Symphony, La Mirada Symphony, Whittier Regional Symphony, and various churches. She is survived by her husband Harold and 5 children and 7 grandchildren.
Thank you. Supervisor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Mary Jane Boggs, longtime resident of San Marino, who passed away peacefully on February 22nd at the age of 98. Mary Jane was born on February 6, 1926 in Liberal, Kansas. She was a farmer's daughter. Her family owned a dairy farm where she worked alongside her parents and siblings. In 1938, her parents relocated the family and the dairy business to Van Nuys, California. Mary Jane attended Van Nuys High School and then enrolled at UCLA, joining the Alpha Chi Omega sorority. In 1949, she graduated from UCLA with a Bachelor of Arts degree in political science. She met her first husband, Logan A. Boggs, and they married in 1950 and had 3 children together. They lived in Los Angeles, Detroit, Phoenix before moving to San Marino in 1962. She was an active volunteer in charities and other organizations. Mary Jane loved her Christmas tree street, St. Albans Road, and continued the tradition of tree lighting each year. In 1986, she met and later married William A. Kurlander, and they shared over a decade together before he passed. In 2003, she married my father, Richard Barger, with whom she shared many joyous years. My dad passed away in 2016. Mary Jane lived a long and happy life, making friends wherever she went. She was an avid reader, loved politics, and actively encouraged debate. She loved traveling, visiting numerous countries in her lifetime, with Hawaii vacations along with her children and grandchildren being her most joyous. She will be truly missed. Mary Jane is survived by her sons, Logan, Alexander Boggs, and his wife, Janet, Jonathan Lewis Boggs and his wife, Marie, and her daughters, Cynthia Jane Boggs Airy, and her husband, Vincent, her 6 grandchildren, her sister, Laura Lee Young, and many nieces and nephews. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Arlene Bueller, longtime resident of Laverne, who passed away on February 12th at the age of 100. Arlene was born on June 30th, 1923 in Wisconsin. She began volunteering at her church in the 7th grade, a tradition she continued throughout her life. Shortly after high school, she went to work at the Great Lakes Naval Base Station in Illinois, where she met her future husband, Herman Bueller. They married in June of 1949 and raised 2 sons and a daughter together, dividing their time between Wisconsin and various duty stations in Hawaii and California. After moving to Laverne in the early 1970s, she became a member of Our Savior Evangelical Lutheran Church in Pomona and volunteered as a secretary for over 40 years. She enjoyed square dancing, playing bridge, training her dogs, and spending time with her family and friends. Her caring disposition and infectious smile will be missed. Arlene is survived by her 3 children, James, Herman, and Linda, 4 grandchildren, 5 great-grandchildren, 1 great-great-grandchild, and her ever-loyal companion, Perky. Also, that we adjourn in memory of John Dortch, former deputy director with the Department of Parks and Recreation, who passed away at 96 years old. John was born in Sheridan, Arkansas, November 22nd, 1926. After graduating from Redlands High School, John joined the United States Navy. He served aboard the destroyer USS Sigourney in the South Pacific from November 25th, 1944 to July 3rd, 1946. John married his high school sweetheart, Julia Joan Nash, on June 15th, 1947. They raised their 4 children in various locations in Los Angeles County, including the San Gabriel and Antelope Valleys. John began his career with the County of Los Angeles Department of Parks and Recreation in 1951 and worked his way up to deputy director. As deputy director, his direct responsibilities included the operation of the largest public golf course in the United States, maintenance of over 100 parks, and over 300 facilities, the preservation and maintenance of 219,000 parkway trees, over 5,000 miles of county roads, 119,000 trees on county parks and golf courses, and various county properties. He continued his education by attending Antelope Valley College Cal Poly Pomona, and the University of California, Los Angeles during his county career. In May of 1982, John retired with 31 years and 10 months of county service. He's preceded in death by his wife, Julia, who passed away in 1998. He's survived by his 4 children, many grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And also that we adjourn in memory of David Lynn Phillips, Green Valley County Water District President, David Lynn, who passed away on December 17, 2023 at the age of 72. David was appointed director of the Green Valley Water District in May of 1988. He became president of the district in January of 1991 and served until December 1991, when he retired from the board. In May of 2015, David again became director and served director until April of 2020. David became the president of the board again in April of 2020 and served until his death December 17, 2023. He's survived by his wife, Delia Phillips, daughter Dalva Phillips Martinez, his son-in-law Jose Martinez, and grandchildren Jet and Delia. Those are my adjournments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Stephen Leroy Manzanares, known as Steve. Steve was born on December 26, 1928, to Joseph and Luis Manzanares at their home in Pomona. Steve attended Hamilton Elementary School and Fremont Junior High. As a young boy, he and his brothers worked in the family business, Joe Manzanares and Sons cement business, a trade which would help him throughout his career. At 17, Stephen enlisted in the U.S. Army and trained for the 82nd Airborne in Georgia. After his service, Stephen returned to his home in Pomona, married his sweetheart, Dora Martinez. They made their home in Pomona and raised their 5 children only a few feet away from the Manzanares family home where Stephen was born. Stephen worked many different construction jobs at times, traveling throughout the state wherever there was work, but always returned for seasonal employment at the Los Angeles County Fair. Eventually, he was hired by the Fair Association for a full-time position as a laborer with Labor's Union Local 806. Stephen was promoted to be the grounds foreman in 1972 and was the first person of color to hold a permanent supervisory position in the Fair's history. Stephen was an integral part of LA County's Fair Association for 42 years. He was often called Mr. Fairgrounds. His devotion to the fair extended far beyond his professional duties. In early 1970s, Stephen led a committee to build 2 parks in Pomona for the youth in the community. He spent many hours at meetings helping to get the parks approved and took part in organizing fiestas and fundraisers for the park. Eventually, Stephen became a spokesperson for the community on an episode of the television series Chivo and Chavo, which was filmed at the park after its opening. Stephen was also a member of the United States Air Force Hispanic Airborne Committee, the American Veterans Post 113, and the 82nd Airborne Association Reuben Tucker Chapter. He volunteered many hours posting colors as dedications, ceremonies, and conventions throughout the country, including placing wreaths at the Arlington National Cemetery. Stephen always participated in many veterans resource fairs that I hosted at the Fairplex and also engaged with my team on expanding services to veterans and their family. I remember seeing him wear his 82nd Airborne Infantry uniform proudly with the county pin placed right at the top. He held the remarkable distinction of being the fair's most ardent fan, having attended every year. His warm personality, dedication, and contributions to the Fairplex and the surrounding community will be deeply missed. Stephen is survived by his son Arthur, his daughters Dee and Donna, 14 grandchildren, 43 great-grandchildren, 11 great-grandchildren, and many nieces, nephews, and godchildren. May he rest in peace. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Alejandra Olez, Yesenia Ochoa Olez, and Lorena Morales. Alejandra, Yesenia, and Lorena tragically lost their lives when their car was struck by a DUI driver on Saturday evening. They were on their way home after attending a baby shower in Moreno Valley. Alejandra, 33 years of age, she was a hardworking mother who devoted most of her life to taking care of her children, almost never spending time for herself. Yesenia was 33 years old. She was Alejandra's sister-in-law. Her family shared she was a few months away from adopting one of her nephews. She was known to be a loving person. Both Alejandra y Senia were Pomona residents. Lorena was 58 years old. She was a longtime friend of the Oles family. She was a great woman, mother, and grandmother. She was a resident of Montclair. Alejandra, Yesenia, and Lorena are survived by their family and friends, as well as the community of Pomona, all of whom have been impacted by this horrible tragedy. My heart goes out to their families during this very difficult time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When we adjourn today, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Alton Hayes. Mr. Hayes was born March 15, 1945, and passed away during the holiday season, the 27th of December, at the age of 78 after a long battle with cancer. In 1970, he graduated with a master's in education degree from Texas College. As a student in Tyler, Texas, he was known as a social justice organizer whose efforts led to the desegregation of elementary schools, the hiring of the first Black police officer, and the desegregation of the Episcopal Church. He and his wife, fellow educator Janethia Hudley Hayes, former school board member and former staffer to SD3, moved to Los Angeles and bought a home in Leimert Park. In 1974, he earned an administrative credential from Pepperdine University and began a career as an educator. He was an elementary teacher for LA Unified for 34 years and retired as a principal of 2 child development centers in 2005. He also started the first fishing roundup at Kinihan Park and Recreation Area, which was sponsored by Supervisor Yvonne Brathwaite-Burt and was an active coach for youth basketball for over a decade. He will be remembered as a loving husband of over 53 years and a loving father to his daughter, Catherine, who followed in her parents' footsteps and became an educator and now works at the Geffen Academy at UCLA. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
And I'd love to join you in that one.
Please,
if I
thank you.
May. Thank you. We will take all of our motions as seconded. If there's no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the action. Members of the public and colleagues, we're now going into closed session. While we're in closed session, we'll be showing video presentations. Supervisor Barger has a video presentation recognizing the Antelope Valley High School girls basketball team and the Quartz Hill High School girls soccer team. I have a video presentation recognizing Matthew McGloin and Steve Robles on the occasion of their retirement. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1, public employment, consideration of candidate or candidates for the position of Executive Officer of the Board, and item number CS2, public employment, consideration of candidate or candidates for the position of Director of Internal Services Department, as indicated on supplemental agenda. Thank you.
March is Women's History Month, inviting us to uplift the stories of change-making women in our communities. To celebrate, I'm proud to recognize some exceptional young women from my district. Recently, 2 different teams from schools in the Antelope Valley took home the title of CIF champions. My heartfelt congratulations to the Antelope Valley High School girls basketball team and the Quartz Hill girls soccer team for this incredible achievement. Quartz Hill's victory was their first ever CIF Southern Section Division II championship, causing a roar of applause from the crowd and massive celebration on the field. The winning Royals were 27-1 this season and took the championship title in a 2-0 game. In the words of senior defender Caitlin Cott, this team is full of talent and we finally put all our talent together. My congratulations to the Quartz Hill High on this historic and well-deserved victory. And the Antelope Valley Antelopes, their win on the court was a 71-44 victory in the CIF Southern Section Division 5A Championship, the second title for the team. Lancaster's own Antelopes were 16-6 this season, taking pride in what a win would mean for their community. Junior Nia Price said that being able to put Antelope Valley back on the map
and bring excitement back to our school, it just means everything. We just had to do it for our city, our town, our coaches, families, and teammates. I couldn't have said it any better. And my congratulations to the Antelopes. I'm incredibly proud of both teams for representing our Antelope Valley community so well. These young women offer an inspiring display of relentless dedication, encouragement, and teamwork. These CIF champions remind us all that when women work together and uplift one another, there's nothing that they cannot achieve. Congratulations again to the Antelopes and Royals. Your determination paid off and made our communities proud.
Today, I want to take a moment to extend my heartfelt congratulations to two dedicated Los Angeles County employees, Matthew McGloin and Stephen Roas, who are retiring from county service. Retirement may mark the end of an era, but it also signifies the beginning of a new chapter filled with endless possibilities. Each one of you has devoted years of your life in service to our community, and your contributions have not gone unnoticed. Matt, your commitment to Los Angeles County has been remarkable, even through the most difficult of times, but your work helped the county earn our highest credit rating ever during your 36 years of service. Steve, your 32 years of public service and 11 with Los Angeles County have led to the creation of the most advanced risk, data analytics, claims, and leave management programs and platforms in the country. We look forward to your continued guidance, even in retirement. As you embark on this new journey, I encourage you to embrace the opportunities that retirement brings. Take the time to pursue your passions, spend precious moments with the ones you love, and savor the joys of life that you may have missed during your busy careers. Congratulations, you've earned it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I wanted to thank all of my county family, my wife Renee, who really supported me through all of these years with in risk management and all the issues that we deal with. It's been fantastic, and with support of the board and the CEOs that I've dealt with, it's been a great ride, and I'm real appreciative and very happy. So thank you and goodbye.
We're grateful for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'd also like to thank my county colleagues throughout the budget and financial community in the county, and especially the budget team at CEO for all their support and throughout my county career. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 as amended. 13 through 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116,
Executive Officer, please read today's report of action.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given. Sorry, that isn't not. Following is a report of action. I'll start over. That was taken in closed session today, March 6, 2024. Item number CS1, no reportable action was taken. And item number CS2, no reportable action was taken. Thank you.
That concludes today's meeting. The next meeting of the board will be policy presentations, public hearing, and closed session meeting to be held Tuesday, March 12th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. The next regular meeting of the board will be held Tuesday, March 19th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. We are adjourned.